And there is some speculation that he discovered things about the moon thing that wasn't legit, and it's all connected. Now, of course, now looking back, we know it's all connected.
Yeah, same thing how it's connected with Nixon, and Eisenhower had done the same thing. He's like, check it out. Is a military industrial complex. There are some dark, evil forces inside the government. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to endorse my vice president, Nixon, who takes office after Kennedy's assassinated, and suddenly, no, there's a moon mission is back on the menu, boys.
Oh yeah, that's right, because it transitioned.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. It's out of order. The Secret Society speech was the 27th of April, 1961. The moon mission was like over a year later, the 12th of September,
Yeah, because
1962.
there was this time when I had this thought that he was pushing the moon mission intentionally because that was part of his plan to do the exposing that he wanted to do. You know, it's like I'm gonna crack this wide open. What's the easiest way to crack this wide open? Oh yeah, let's go to the moon.
Force the line.
Oh yeah. I got
Exactly. Yeah,
yeah.
force the line in the sand.
Yeah, he gave the speech after the Bay of Pigs incident. That's like for the kids who don't know, where Russia was going to put missiles on in Cuba. A monolithic, ruthless conspiracy that relies on secret, covert, and hidden methods.
Yeah.
He sounds
Yeah, of
like a
course
conspiracy theorist.
this is all born out of the cold and all that stuff. Like the whole modern era is born out of all that stuff. Like all around that nebulous time, right after World War II. It's like go down like dominoes. You know, you got what do you got? You got the Antarctic Treaty, then you got the space mission. You got presidents getting assassinated. You got countries making deals with longtime enemies. Just all of a sudden, it's just everything's different. And of course, it's like, oh no, there's nothing to see here. No backroom deals. Yeah, right.
Kind of funny. I typed it into AI. It says this is not a modern interpretation of a single event in history. This is not a warning against the Illuminati, but historians have actually agreed, referring to Soviet spies that were infiltrated media sources in America. Okay, that sounds
Yeah,
worse,
right.
actually.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound anything like the speech, though.
That's your modern interpretation.
The
What
speech
do you,
clearly sounds like it's an American-based thing that's against Americans. Like it's in-house treachery.
he wasn't talking to Russians. He was talking to American people on Meet the Depressed.
Yeah. Yeah, so in other words, what you just said that they're saying it was is a major coup. Holy moly. Holy crap, Crit. Holy crap. Dude, I'm starting to believe in concave Earth, bro.
This is
Let me show
pretty
you
funny.
why.
I said to AI, I think your interpretation is dog shit. It said, would you like to see the full transcript and also compared to other major speeches Kennedy gave that year so you can have full context? I was like, no, thank you. Fuck off.
Check the chat. See those pieces of Antarctica?
Oh, there it is. Yeah,
Holy
it fell
crap,
from
dude!
the
Those things are
sky.
falling off. They're falling off they're falling off the roof, bro. Those are lethal. You're dead, bro. That falls on you. That's at the church, dude, where they have the kids club with the door where the kids come in. So the kids are coming in, and all of a sudden there's just like 300-pound ice blocks just chopping kids' heads off. I wonder what kind of drama dirt like the Russians have in their society. Like, because we know all ours from our history to a degree, and we only know theirs from like what we're told. But I wonder what they have like in their homeland, what they teach each other. Oh man. When did Star Trek come out?
1966, and it ended June 2nd, 1969, 38 days before we landed on the moon.
That's what I'm talking about.
Really? So the series was completely over.
Yep. Talk about programming.
Right. So that's cool. So when did the guy that was doing that giant model for the fake photographs, when did he get done? You remember that model?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, there's a like a replica of the moon that they made. Like I don't know, maybe it's like 20 feet tall or something. And I remember this famous iconic picture of the dude. He's like I think he's like leaning on it off of scaffolding, painting it.
I think I remember that, and he's like painting it, and he's like putting paper mache on it and everything.
Yeah, and of course they say it's we need to have this accurate, this photorealistic accurate model of the moon so that we can plan and stuff. It's not that we're going to do it for fake photos or anything. Oh, no way. Why would we ever do that? Good grief. Totally for planning and stuff.
Yeah, that Star Trek thing. I only reason why I knew about that, I looked into it about 8 months ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, talk about programming, dude. I could only imagine sitting at home, being a man at that time, and they're like, we just landed on the moon. And they're like, huh, they did do it. Like, that's probably exactly how it went for most of those people. What's really spooky is they've been doing movies on AI, artificial intelligence, since the early 1900s.
I can disprove artificial intelligence so fast. You ready?
Well, it's not intelligent.
Okay, so is a book intelligent?
Exactly. It's just an aggregate.
Well, there's no exactly. You got to answer the question.
No, a book is not intelligent. A thing is not
Okay.
intelligent.
What if it's a choose your own adventure book? So there's choices that you have to make in it, and then flip to different pages. Is that book intelligent?
No.
Okay. What if you put the book into a audio format so that somebody is narrating the book with a voice? Is it now intelligent?
No.
Exactly. So all of those constituent parts are essentially what AIs are that are speaking to humans. They're essentially just a choose your own adventure book that's being narrated with a voice. It in itself isn't intelligent.
I agree.
I even go as far to say as AI is just a babysitter, so the adults that run the world can go out and play. They don't have to babysit us anymore.
So what you're trying to say is we should repeal universal suffrage.
There's a lot of things we should repeal. I say just start over back with the original.
Well, dude, we should just let AI do all the voting. So the AI will program. It will look at your life, and then it'll say, "I think that this person wants this to happen, so I'll vote on their behalf."
I want that.
I knew you would want that because you want to spend more time going out and having lunch with your sister and your mom.
Well, both of your sisters and moms, both of you guys.
Oh no! Listen, my sister's tall, blonde, with big hooties, but her husband's a tank of a beefcake built like Arnold Schwarzenegger. So good luck with that.
Well, we'll have to have a talk with him.
Yeah, it's just lunch.
Yeah, it's just lunch. What are you guys getting all offensive about?
Hey, as long as you're paying, I mean, I guess it'd be all right.
No, not the first time. They pay because there's two of them, one of me.
كل الشباب هنا ميتة ولا ايه؟
What's up?
والسبعة
Vous êtes une mère tête?
what?
Vous êtes une mère tête?
Look, I only
How,
know couple of words in Russian. Sukablet. I have heard a lot of Sukablet in Valorant community.
oh, you
بشوف
mean, oh, that sounds, I'll tell you, let me translate. Because I could have sworn you said that Globers are bitch criers. Is that what you said?
no, Sukablet means like well, I'm not gonna have a ban saying this, right? I'm just explaining something to you. ولا ايه؟ مش عايز تعرف يعني ايه سوكابلات؟
That's well, I like that word because it rhymes with flat.
أنا باحب برضه الفول ببيض مع السحور بيبقى
Hey,
بيشبع.
flat's where it's at.
أيوه يا عم، الشباب اللي عندهم 40 سنة ولسه قاعدين على ديسكورد
Yam ding dong.
زي دي. يا رب أبقى لايفلس زي الشباب دي.
Babaloo.
الله أكبر. يا أبويا في إيه؟
Holy crap! You know what, bros? It's time to put on some ice catchers. That's what I got to do. What are them things called? Dang it! Put them on your roof so the ice just doesn't come flying off.
Ice dams.
I guess. The problem is that people enter in this door, but also people park, and so that one landed like right where people's front ends would be. That'd be the end of your hood right there.
Emotional damage.
All right. Who knows what's the tallest, biggest, most obnoxious, grandiose bridge in the world?
I'm gonna say the new one in China that I recently saw. It's got a cafe at the top of it and stuff, and it spans two
Yeah, that
mountains.
guy. That one. That one's crazy. Is it the Hushan something? Oh man, the Hashwan Hushui.
That sounds
Just
correct, my
curious if
friend.
any. Just curious if any Glober has tried to say that they had to account for the curve of the Earth with that thing.
They had to place the pen dispensers at both ends of the bridge.
Bro. Bros, I'm about to pump some air onto my rim. It's gonna be sweet. New tireless rims, bro. I'll let you know how it goes.
Why no one talk? Yeah, goodbye.
This one time at space camp, we went looking for Earth's curvature, but we couldn't find any.
What happened?
Hello. Anybody on this channel?
Welcome to the room.
Welcome. I'm just reading
Yes, welcome to the room.
just reading the memes on the chat, just having a little bit of fun. The memes. A lot of good memes, I have to admit.
Anything else? Any globe
A lot
proof?
of good memes. I can see there's a lot of hard work put into these memes.
Cool. Any globe proof?
I'm sorry?
Are you a globe believer? Do you think you're on a spinning water ball from in space? You evolved from monkeys, or are you aware you're on a flat stationary plane?
Uh, I'm not sure actually. Like, I should try to find it out on my own. Just
Okay, so
research
then
the whole stuff.
I guess back to the original question. Do you have any proof of what they tell you you're living on?
Yeah, again, like it's complicated because I actually do think um sometimes we fall to what is it like we fall to common knowledge whenever something is too complex or like how knowledge is kind of like distributed Like nobody really knows everything, but I guess I should try to find it out myself, my own research and stuff.
I agree. It's called critical thinking. The mind is like a parachute. If it's not open, it doesn't work correctly.
But so does my mic work okay? Can you hear me okay? Is it okay?
Your mic is fine, yes.
But is it fine or just fine? Because
Let's
I've
not
had some
nitpick.
issues with it
You're
before.
doing great. What would you like to ask or contribute?
Yeah, so I guess I do have a question because I'm looking at the memes. And I thought this was only like flat Earth stuff, but it does look like it's not only like the Earth being flat. There's a lot more to it, right?
Would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, for example, I think there's also a mention to like gravity theory. There's a mention to the theory of evolution, like basically discrediting those theories as well, right?
Go ahead.
So yeah, I'm just asking because I feel like you could call it like a bundle. Like it's not only the flat Earth. Like from the outside, it looks like yeah, it's just the flat Earth. But there's a lot more to it. Like it does come in a bundle, right?
Well, not specifically. The Earth is observably flat. The
Yeah.
fact that
But what?
you're told you're on a spinning water ball in space and we've been to the moon and we're going to Mars are all claims. And any proof leaning that way is all images from agencies and people that we can't confirm any of what they're presenting.
Yeah, yeah. But my observation was more in line with like what something implies because from the outside it might look like uh the claim only implies the earth being flat, right? Like I'm saying the earth is flat. Looking at the whole thing, it looks like it's not only the earth being flat, it's like a lot more to it. You have the theory of evolution, you have the gravity theory, you have like, so many
Yeah.
things
So
like
so I suppose what I could propose or offer you is that once you realize you're on a flat stationary plane, a whole lot of other things become you become aware of as well, such as the fact that gravity is only a theory and or
okay.
evolution
So can
One of my other
I ask
excuse
you
me,
like a
I'm
very
trying I'm
personal?
trying excuse me, I'm trying to give you something. If you
Okay,
listen, you might receive it.
okay,
And my one of my examples against the theory of evolution is, isn't it interesting that women aren't giving birth to other creatures? They just stop evolving. Humankind has stopped evolving. All we give birth to is other humans now. If we evolved from an animal, why did we stop evolving and we're just going to create people now? That's just
okay.
a thought idea in my head, Aside from the fact that to think that we weren't created and we just came out of nothing from an explosion is just, in my opinion, a little far fetched. Um, I don't think I can take water and dirt and whatever other things, be it gases, and mix them together and have some sort of creature evolve out of that or come out of it. So, yeah, that to be convinced I evolved from a monkey, you're going to have to bring me a hell of a lot of evidence for that.
Sure. Yeah, I know that uh this is what I've heard again. Like I'm not trying to say this is the absolute truth, but uh will they actually say that we don't evolve from a monkey? That we actually have like a common ancestor?
You don't have to stop there.
Oh, I'm just I'm just asking you because you said they're trying to make us think we come from a monkey. So my
Well,
question
yeah,
is,
and or some sort of common ancestor, the so-called
okay,
missing link, right?
yeah,
So, yeah, can we find the missing link? Helltown Man, I believe is how it said, was later to be revealed a hoax. A male or a human skeletal frame with a jaw of another creature, being an ape or whatever. So, there's proof that the evidence that they presented has been falsified or faked.
I do have a question for you. It's kind of personal, but not that personal. It's just kind of personal. So my question is, so can you tell me a little bit about your journey being a flat earther? Like, you came to this conclusion, like a little bit about
Sure.
your
Okay. Yeah.
background.
Sure. Right. So how I opened my mind and realized I had been lied to for a large period of my life, partially because I didn't really stop to question things. But here's how my journey began and where it ended. Um, I am not a big fan of technology. And it ended up getting to a point where I had a smart TV and internet, and YouTube was available on that smart
Breaking
TV.
up a little bit. Maybe it's me, but breaking up.
Sorry, let me just do that for a sec there. Is that better?
Uh, you say it again.
Is that better?
Yeah, yeah. Now it's better.
Okay, so, um,
Now it's
like I
bad
said,
again. I'm sorry. Yeah,
No,
I don't know if
it's just
it's
your
me.
connection then. It has nothing to do with him.
I think he's breaking up.
No, I can hear him
Or
just
it's
fine.
me. Yeah, I don't
if
know
you
what's
want to
going.
drop out and come back in and see if
Yeah,
that
one
works,
second.
I'll give you a second.
Because yeah, give me just 1 second because I think this is my Bluetooth. 1 second. Just give me 1 second. You hear me now?
Oh, I hear you. Yep.
Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to set up my Bluetooth connection because that seems to be my Bluetooth. So now it should be okay. Yeah. Can you continue?
Okay. So, as I was saying, I am not a fan of technology. I haven't been for a large part of my life. But it came to a point in my life where I had a smart TV and YouTube was on there. And before I was had adversions to technology, I was always a thinking person and interested in documentaries and expanding my mind and my knowledge base and learning. So while I had YouTube on my television, I searched best documentaries or documentaries, good documentaries. And one popped up, best documentary of 20 whatever. And I was curious, so I clicked on it. And it started out with a gentleman explaining that everything in his life was great. He had no reason to rock the boat. And then he started presenting his evidence to open your mind to the fact that we're not on a spinning water ball and it actually is flat. And in that first documentary, he went so deep as to explain that, governments do lie and people do lie, and we've known that for a long time. So why should we just believe what they're telling us? That was a part of his documentary. That's where my journey started. 9 months later, after looking at all types of different information, and at the time, I was fortunate enough, there was a lot of good current flat Earth information out there available on YouTube. It was before they started suppressing it on YouTube. So, but 9 months later, I landed on a documentary by ODD called Flat Earth Trilogy, a 3-hour documentary. By the time that documentary ended, that was it. I knew I'd been lied to, and part of what pushed me or opened my mind and my understanding was the fact that a lot of regular everyday men and women like myself who were on the internet and supposedly looking at it or trying to debunk it were being extremely rude and mean and like hateful towards everyday people just like themselves that were actually looking into it and opening their minds. So You know what I mean? The hatred from the public defending the lie helped me understand, yeah, a lot of people have been bullshitted and it's a lie. And from there on, I definitely know I'm on a flat stationary plane. I also, as a hobby, jump out of airplanes. And no matter what altitude we jump from, there's no curvature to the horizon. And using my logical, critical thinking mind, I say to myself, well, if people are telling me I'm on a spinning water ball, and part of their proof of that and or claim is, we can watch the boat go over the curve. Well, if we're watching the boat go over the curve on the ground, then as we rise in elevation, we should also be able to notice that curve. And if we're noticing it on the ground front to back, we should notice it left to right. There's just no two ways about it. And then even further critically thinking, my mind tells me that boat disappeared over the curve, what, maybe 6 miles out? Keep completing that curve. I can't be on a very big ball then. The boat should come up behind us pretty quickly. So, combining all those different things, the new statement I just made, which was a self thought that, like, come on, if the boat supposedly went over the curve, it should come up behind me pretty quickly. That'd be a pretty small ball Earth I'm standing on.
That's a
Combined with
very
my
good
jumping
point.
from airplanes and never seeing curve of the horizon, and my research over 9 months, only noticing curvature on video when it's through a fisheye lens. Come on, man.
So, can I ask you some personal, not so personal questions, like nothing
Well,
related to
I'm
like
going to
your
say
personal
not necessarily, but you can
privacy?
ask me whatever you want. It doesn't mean I have to answer, so feel free.
Yeah, that's fine. If you feel like something maybe it's not appropriate, then you don't answer, and that's fine. But can you tell me a little bit more about your background, like where you're from, and everything? Nothing like private, but of course, but maybe a little bit.
Well, I'll give you this. I'm over half a century old, so I'm a half worn out leather boot, and I have a varied background. I've worked in construction, many different industries, sales. I have some military background, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm very, very good in math. When I was last tested, I was considered an advanced math mind.
It's pretty good. Do you have any religious background?
I'll just say I'm more of a spiritual person than a religious person. I find religion something that's being sold to the masses, and they are also being extorted with that religion. And it's also a control mechanism. I prefer to let people connect to what they feel is good for them spiritually within themselves. And I don't like to preach, but as far as I'm concerned, the world could use a lot more empathy, because I know when I see a fellow citizen on the road homeless, it really bothers me, especially when I know the States is losing over 1 million a day to NASA, CGI images, and bullshit lies. That money could be utilized so much better.
Yeah, yeah, I understand your the frustration, of course. Um, uh, and
Sorry,
maybe this
sorry,
is
that
a
that
little bit more
sorry, sorry,
spicy.
sorry. What's your name? Your screen name, at least.
Yeah, my name is
Whom
Thomas.
Thomas. Okay. So that being said, that doesn't mean I expect everyone else to share the same opinion. If you want to be a greedy, whatever, and have more than enough to go around and ignore your fellow citizen that's in need, you have the prerogative to do that. It's not going to bother my day.
I feel like, I mean, you do want to care for others and like great stuff, support your family, friends, all that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, like the world is way too big, and there are too many bad things going on, and unfortunately, we can't just make everything better at the same time.
So you broke up a bit. What? Fix everything on Earth at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand the frustration, and maybe the only thing we can do is try to do our best, uh, and,
Be the
demonstrate
change we want to
our
see in
best
the world.
versions. Yeah, demonstrate our best version with our friends, our family, like just doing the best we can for them.
I like that version. Be the best version of yourself you can be.
Like, yeah,
Yeah. So
try not
that,
like at least try not to contribute to like evil in the world. Try not to. Um,
yeah. So that being said, if you don't mind me interjecting there, Thomas, I believe, and I don't want to speak for all individuals who know the flat Earth knowledge and truth, but I am of the impression that people who have found it, that's what we are trying to do, is to open the other people's eyes to the lies so that they can stop, and our future generations, like, I don't have any offspring that I'm aware of. Maybe I do because I've been a Rolling Stone. But if I was to have offspring and I was aware of that and raising them, seeing things the way they are now and the cost of a one-bedroom apartment and the way the economy is manipulated, I do not like the idea of having kids now, and by the time they're 18, a one-bedroom apartment is like $3,000 a month. And gas is $6 a liter. Like where I live up here in Canada, our gas was under $1 a liter for a very long time. From when I got my license, well into my like say 30s, if not 40s, it was under $1. Once it went over $1, I had a friend of mine say like it'll never go under $1 a liter now, never. And he was right. And it's even gone over $2 a liter up here at sometimes. So that's just
Damn.
insane. And the market shouldn't be able to be manipulated like that. They try to sell us that it's decomposed dinosaur bones. Well, there must have been a fuck of a lot more dinosaurs wandering around than we thought there were, because we seem to be still powering our cars with oil.
yeah, a lot of things going on. You know.
Even so, the horizon remains horizontal.
Do you have any like? Because I guess I've heard that some of the flat Earth believers, some of them, I'm not saying most or all of them, like just some of them they based their belief on the Bible. Is that true?
I would say that there's two different kinds of flat earthers: flat earth knowers and flat earth believers. Believers believe, knowers
Ah,
know.
that's interesting.
And I could also add this. There is, I believe, over 240 scriptural passages that refer to a flat stationary earth and realm that we occupy. But the flat earth can be proven without Bible or scripture. Just open your eyes.
But do you think we can consider the Bible like is it relevant to the argument to any extent?
Again, if you want to go that route, you could include it, but it's not necessary. As I just explained, I don't need the Bible or
Yeah,
scripture
I
to
get. Yeah,
point out that water doesn't bend.
yeah, I understand that is your perspective, but yeah, I'm not trying to like make you.
Okay, I'll give you this, Thomas,
Yeah, I'm not
brother.
like
A
this is
lot.
not a trick
Hold
question.
on,
I'm just trying to ask like.
Thomas. Okay, hold on. I think I have an answer for you. I'll give you this, brother. A lot of people who weren't into the Bible or necessarily religious, as you put it, after learning and finding out flat Earth truth, became that because they were told, look at the Bible as well. Now that you know this, look at what the Bible says about it, and then they start learning Scripture. I'll give you that.
Okay, yeah, get it. So, have you done any like experiment yourself to kind of like uh demonstrate that this is false? Like for example, like there's this experiment where you shoot up a balloon up the sky, right?
I've seen those things done, so I don't need to repeat them. I've seen them done by more than one person or group of people. So even if myself, like, I have tons of disposable income, take 10, 15, 30 grand, just call it 30 grand, blow it all on equipment to do what you're saying, I will just verify what those other groups have already verified. And that is, no matter the altitude, it's a flat horizon. Up to
Yep, it
120,000
remains.
feet. Up to
There you go.
120,000 feet.
I was gonna say it remains horizontal up to the Kármán line and beyond. Even at the altitude of the ISS, you would not see curvature. At least that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. You can do with that what
I'm
you will.
asking because I've heard, like, I haven't dug too much into the topic, but the other day I saw the experiment, and some of the claims, we could say, some of them were basically like, they're using an eye lens. I think they're called the eye lens.
Wide angle
Sorry, not
lens.
the eye lens, the fish lens, right?
Yeah,
Fish
it's a
lens.
wide angle lens.
Yeah, I think that's called. English is, I don't speak very good, uh, but I think they call it the fish lens. That was like, I think that was the argument used against it.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Is that?
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Have you ever heard of Red Bull before? You know, the energy drink?
Yeah, Red Bull, of course. Yeah.
They did this edge of space jump. Yeah, Felix. You want to tell them about it?
No, go ahead. I was just getting excited because I knew it was coming.
I was going to pass you the ball, man. I'm going to post a picture, though.
So can we date this back to the Illuminati?
Okay. No, I can take the ball. Okay, Thomas. So let me help you with this. Well, he's sourcing an image for you. So before Felix Baumgartner, there was a gentleman called Joseph W. Kittinger. He was known as a man who returned from the edge of space, and I believe he went to an altitude of 105,000 feet and parachuted back to Earth. And this was a long time ago. In recent days, in the 2000s even, Felix Baumgartner did a jump for Red Bull, and I believe he went to 115,000 feet, something like that, like just a little higher than what Joseph W. Kittinger had gone to. And I'm speaking from not just knowledge, but experience. Like I told you, a hobby of mine is to jump from airplanes. And I learned about Joseph W. Kittinger from the Skydiver's Handbook. Okay, so you can look up that information. It is factual. I'm not just spewing stuff.
So can
And
you
so
you said
from that height of 115,000 feet, which was where Felix Baumgartner jumped from,
So
in the images you can see. Sorry,
32,000
Thomas.
meters.
Listen. In the images, you can see extreme curvature of the Earth. Like, it's insane the amount of curvature you see in those images. From inside the capsule, the horizon looks flat. From outside, it's extremely curved. It's odd when you really examine the footage. And then on top of all that, he landed pretty much from where he took off. So if the Earth was spinning under him, why did he land pretty much where he took off from? He should have landed a lot further away from where he took off from. These are all things that have been brought up after people have looked at the evidence, right?
Let me see.
So, so sorry, Thomas. Do you take his what did you say? 119,000 feet, or what did I say? 115, and it was what?
You said 115,000 feet.
Yeah. Instead of 105,000, which was Joseph W. Kittinger.
Okay, so
So, anyways, at 120,000 feet, with independent, everyday people like you and I spending their own money sending a balloon up to that height with a lens that does not bend the horizon, there is absolutely no bend in the horizon at 120,000 feet. So how could there be such extreme curvature in Felix Baumgartner's footage when he's not even at 120,000 feet? So with a critical mind, looking at all that data and all those images, you kind of could put 3 and 3 together, you'll get an answer.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, let me just 1 second.
This video, it has the Red Bull jump and it has Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it.
Is that like the big like on the earth guy? The number one?
Yeah, he's certainly a globe Earth scientific communicator.
Oh, what do you call them? Like globetards? Is that the term?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a mouthpiece for space and all that imaginary bullshit. He did a series called what was it? Maybe you could help me there. Something the Imaginarium, Spaceship of the Imaginarium, or Imagination, or something like this. He takes it from the beginning of time to, according to the information they have, the end of time when we're going to stop existing. It's quite an interesting series if you have a critical mind and you can look at all that garbage and not be brainwashed by it.
So you're saying that this jump was made from 105,000 feet.
At that
No, I
altitude, he does
believe
not see any curvature. At the altitude that he reaches,
And that sounds a little bit
just
crazy. Like,
I don't want you to take my word for it. I'd like you to listen to what Neil says about it because he explains how that lens functions and what it's doing in that image.
let's hear it.
Well, he posted it in the
I
live
guess
stream for you to listen to it privately, so the whole room doesn't have to hear it all at the same time.
Yeah,
So if you want to take a minute and check that out, and then come back to us, we'll be here.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna mute myself and then I'll come back.
It's only like 5 minutes 45 seconds. In fact, I could play it here.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I just didn't know if people would want to keep talking while it was playing.
Yeah.
But if everybody
Well,
agrees,
playing
go
it,
ahead.
he'd still have to look in order to see the visuals involved because playing it wouldn't cover that, obviously. Yeah, I think I'll play part of this just to play where he's talking about how high it goes. See if it works.
Here, toss it.
Anyway, the moon is still over there. Oh, wow, we're going to do that? Wow. I half expected you to levitate all of these things anyway.
I do not reveal that.
So if the moon is approximately 50 feet, I think, 30 to 50 feet from here, this would be, to this scale, a mile away. Show us where the International Space Station is, Hubble, etc.
Oh, okay. So if the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump.
I'm the guy who jumped from space.
I'll stop there because there's no point. You can't see what's going on. Looks like he's watching the rest of the video, so we'll wait on him.
Oh, I was checking it out too. Yeah, so the first gentleman I was speaking of, Joseph W. Kittinger, the reason for his jump was to see if, like, before the space programs and stuff, they wanted to see if they could eject the astronauts if anything was going to go wrong, and they could return. Like eject them at the last moment. So that was his sort of first guy's purpose, was to find out if they could do that safely with astronauts.
Basically running tests related to emergency situations.
Exactly. Like, oh, we're not quite out of the supposed hold of the Earth. We can still bring them back. You know.
Yeah, man.
Bork, tell them to eject. Let the ship go into space. Like, I don't know what the hell they would have sold us if they would have tried to do something like that. Instead, they went beyond that and just convinced us. They put people on the fucking celestial body. Or sorry, they convinced a bunch of people, not everybody. I've heard older folks who were around when it supposedly happened saying they knew it was bullshit when they were watching it. Like, so even then there was people that were critical thinkers and knew that it was propaganda. But when I'm speaking of currently with our current flat earth topic and knowledge, now it is where, you got to wake the people up who believe in that. Or you don't have to, but you know what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, man.
Like the amount of times they've experimented growing lettuce on that floating tube, we should have super space lettuce that grows like friggin' 4 feet wide and 5 feet tall, and one head could feed a village or something. But nope, it's still regular lettuce.
I was gonna say welcome to whoever just joined in. I think they may have left. But
Yes, if somebody's just joined, don't feel shy. Feel free to unmute, say hello, ask any questions, or share anything. Well, within reason. Read the TOS first. And if you are new, just a public service announcement update. Still no curvature of the earth, still no bendy water. Go ahead. I can recall a few months back. Oh, sorry. Just before this year. Sorry, I just want to share this because I hear people muting and unmuting or whatever. I believe Jin CBR was in the room, but somebody was like they just wouldn't give it up. And Jin and I were like, bloop, 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 making fun of them. Like,
welcome back, Tommy. How's it going? How's it going, man?
Yeah, so I was just watching the video. It does look like they used the fisheye lens for the video, and for that reason, you can't really conclude curvature from the video only.
The altitude that he went, there is no curvature. You even
Yeah,
with
it's not
the
conclusive.
official story, you would have to go much higher according to their
Yeah,
official
if
thing.
you look at
But
this
that
guy
gets weirder.
right? There's echo. I don't know who's echoing me, but yeah, if you look at what Neil deGrasse said at the end of the video, he also says like you can't just see the curvature from that distance above.
It'll echo anytime because I have the audio is really loud and my microphone's just above it. So if I go to unmute anytime somebody speaks over me, they're going to hear themselves. But the interesting part is that he has another video, which I need to find because I don't have that one on my account. I need to re-upload that one where he talks about the ISS and mentions that you wouldn't readily see the curvature from that altitude either. Though in that one he claims there's a slight curve, but it would be mostly flat.
Yeah, so I looked it up, and from 30 or 32 kilometers above, you'd be looking at a 6 gradus angle, right? So it's not something you can really see, even if it's true. Like it's still the video itself is not proof.
So the point is a lot of folks, they saw the Red Bull thing and they started claiming that that was the physical geometric curvature of the Earth, and they insisted that it was until Neil came out and said that it isn't. But even now, some folks still think it is. Like they'll be at altitudes much lower than that and have like mad curvature on the footage, and it's like, no, you can't see the curvature from that altitude. You have to be way the F higher. Like, no, stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo, say something.
Something.
Yeah, cringe.
So do you think there's this is for the guys who are like strong believers of the flat earth, like is there anything that you can is there anything that could point to the opposite direction? You would say, well, this is what I actually would call evidence.
Keep in mind that only one side of this discussion has already demonstrated the capability of being able to change our minds.
And
Yeah.
it's not a belief. It's not a belief. It's a knowing. Belief is an obstacle to knowing.
That too. It has nothing to do
So
with belief.
yeah, my question is, I
I
know
just
that
get
you
so
said that
tired.
it's false, but what would you say it's strong evidence? Or what would you consider as evidence?
Sorry for interpreting, but already this topic has been discussed. Also decided that that is not.
Evidence is evidence. It would be evident
they
to you.
proved-
Evidently,
already proved-
this. But dude, there's a difference between evidence and scientific evidence and standards that have to be met based off of criteria too. There's the dang image I was distracted looking for. Check this out. This is supposed to be the Chinese space station.
Okay.
I added the little flatline thing in there, but either way, interesting.
Yeah, we can clearly see that it's in spear.
My idea is, okay, I understand this point of view of like, we know this is false. We've seen the lie, but question is like, is this like totally settled, or is there any evidence that could point to the I know you don't believe in this, okay, but is there any evidence that could potentially, like any evidence that you would request to look at the opposite direction?
Yeah, sure. If you have, just provide.
Measurements
You
for
have, I'm sorry?
curvature. Yeah, you'd have to find physical curvature.
How can we Okay. How can we find physical curvature?
Demonstrate drop
Well,
over this.
There's
I won't be a smartass. Go ahead and give him the proper response because I was about to be a smartass.
So my I know my English is kind of broken, but what I'm trying to say is I know that you believe this is a lie, this is false. I completely understand. But even if you
It's
believe
not a
something
belief.
false, the question is like, okay, I get it. My question is, which evidence would make you reconsider your position? What would be the evidence that you would
Okay. Okay. So,
Absolutely nothing for me,
sorry.
but
Go
I don't
ahead.
speak for anybody. I don't speak for anybody else, but absolutely nothing. But go ahead, man.
Okay.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if you heard earlier. We all, or well, the majority of us, a handful were raised flat Earth knowledge, but the majority of us here already were thinking it. We already, we're on that page. Oh yes, we've been to the moon, and no, we're definitely controlling rovers on Mars and we're going there, you know. But then when some of us had enough time on our hands and sat down and started looking at things and examining them, for example, I'll give you an example. I just repeated that. We're controlling rovers on Mars. They say it's how far? 70 something, or, you know, more than 70 million miles away.
Yeah, it's extremely far away. Yeah.
Right? But, and they're controlling a rover there, right? That's what they're selling me and you and the public, right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But yet, Tommy, when you and I walk 40 feet, 150 feet from our modem, what happens? Our Wi-Fi drops. So, you know, I'm finding it hard to believe that we have the technology to control something over 70 million fucking miles away, brother.
Yeah, can I give you a personal, maybe like a personal example of how I see this? And I feel like this goes beyond uh, whatever you think it's not true or true, like whatever you consider to be factual or not. Like, for example, let's say I'm not religious, and I say, well, I don't think the Christian religion uh, is is true, right? Let's suppose I claim that, and then I say, well, even if I don't believe it's true, I would still count. I would still request evidence in case in case it was true, right? So even if it's not true, there's still pieces of evidence that would make me consider, like, okay, if you present this to me, and we can talk, okay? If this were to happen, then I would consider this to be evidence. Like, kind of setting the standards of what you request from the other
Okay,
side
okay.
to prove their
So,
point.
can I put something on the table? Might be an example of that. Somebody with a complete terminal illness wants to live, maybe, and then all of a sudden a complete turnaround and lives a full, wonderful life, full healthy. No doctor, nothing can explain it. How about that as an example? Because I know there are stories like that out there, right? Or extremely crazy accidents. Like myself, I know I've been close to death many times. I've had guns pulled on me. So, you know, I know I'm here for a higher purpose, right?
Okay, I
So
respect that.
there's
Yeah.
things that happen that go beyond explanation, right? So how's that something as an
Sure.
evidence that to be
What do you
there's
think of
more
this?
to meet the
Okay,
eye,
I'll give you
right?
another example. I can give you another example. Let's suppose I don't believe in miracles. I say I don't think miracles exist, which is not my position. It's just for the sake of the argument. But let's suppose I say that. But then I say, but if you were to show a real miracle, like for example, a person growing an arm which was amputated, then I would believe that would be considered a miracle. Okay. If you present this extraordinary event, then
Okay,
I will
but
consider
what if that ability was just to do advancements in medical um, research? It wasn't due to a miracle. Then that's not actually a miracle. It's just how we've
get
advanced
it. But let's
ourselves to be able to
suppose
regrow an arm or a foot, right?
for the sake of lack of confusion, let's suppose I say at this moment, let's suppose I see a man at this moment, 2026. Okay, we don't have those advancements yet, but I see a man growing an arm, okay, in front of me. Okay, it's studied, it's researched, it's documented. This is like a practical miracle. If I were to see that, I would say, yeah, this is evidence that would make me reconsider my position. I would have to reconsider it.
Tommy, could you look at the side chat real quick? This is what I would define a miracle to be. This is exactly what I would say it is. This is what I see a miracle as being. No matter what kind of miracle.
Miraculum, object of wonder, from mirari to wonder, from mirus, wonderful. Okay, object of wonder. Okay, yeah. But
I
let's
like
not.
to use etymology on any word, any given word. I like to dig into the roots.
Okay, I'll give you another example. We have okay, so you do have the word persona in English, which kind of resembles the early concept of mask, right? Like the persona that you show, right? But this word is different in other, I guess, in other languages. Like for example, Spanish.
You're gonna
Spanish
love this.
means- I'm gonna love what?
Check the side chat. You're gonna love this
Yeah,
one.
the mask. Yeah, exactly. It comes from mask. Yeah, pretty much. That is exactly what I was saying. The thing about this word is it's very interesting because um the word in Spanish it only means person. Period. Like you don't have the other etymology.
This is why I love etymology, man.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good, man. Pretty good. Like you have so many words with weird
I just
origins.
wish more people would do it. It's freaking awesome, and it creates unlimited
For
inside
example,
jokes with
like
every.
I'm trying to learn some French now. It's still kind of shit, so don't ask me to speak it. And I like to look at the etymology of words because I speak Spanish. Yeah, I speak Spanish, and I like sometimes when I'm learning French, maybe I'll see a Spanish connection or I'll see an English connection. It's very interesting. But yeah, going back to the point, I feel like even when you don't think
Hey, man.
something is true, beyond doubt, like I think beyond doubt this it's not true. I would still feel like it wouldn't be bad to ask or to request to set a standard of what you would consider to be evidence. Like this would make me reconsider. Only this, okay? This is my standard. Because we are basing our beliefs on facts, right? We are not just looking at something and saying I believe this. Like we're trying to look at the data.
Beliefs on fact. Um,
So, do you think you
I,
have
I just kind of, I
standard
just sorry,
when
Tommy, I just kind of want to respond to that beliefs on facts. So, I once had a belief about something. I thought about someone based on the facts I was presented at the time, right? And then later on in life, when I reviewed the information, I kind of saw that, what I believed at first, because of the facts I was presented at first, and it wasn't all of the facts, that my belief was wrong, right?
okay.
So facts could change a belief, right? A belief could be something that somebody's convincing you to believe. So I don't know if beliefs can be considered facts.
So maybe let's not call it belief because it can cause confusion because we associate belief with something that goes
I,
beyond
I would
fact. So maybe that
I would really appreciate that, Tommy, because I've told you many times, flat Earth knowledge is not a belief; it's a knowing.
okay. Okay, I respect that, and I will not use the word belief. Maybe we can use the word position, like you have a certain stance or position on a topic. Um, so going back to my point, I feel like whenever you have a logical, because we're talking about something logical here, like I observe X data and I make Y conclusion, right? We're making conclusions out of data or information, right? We're trying to have this critical thinking going on. So my question is, since we're trying to be critical with our thinking here, what is the standard of counter evidence that the other side has to present? Right?
The burden of proof is on the one making the claim.
Yeah. So, like, if you've been here for a minute or two, right? As I've said, flat Earth is an observation, the globe is a claim, right? They say you're tilted on a 23.4-degree angle from a 90-degree angle. And if you look at the remainder of that angle, it's 66.6. That's awfully suspicious. They tell you you're spinning at over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator of this thing they're telling you you're on. They tell you that the circumference of that equator is a certain distance, right? So if you use mathematics and figure things out, there should be a drop over distance using that radius they present you, which is, I've come to understand as 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, so you
Or
think there's nothing they can present?
or 1.22 miles according to the observer's height in feet, right? So at 1 foot observer's height over the water, at 1.22 miles out, if I have my eyes at 1 foot above the water should start dropping away at that distance. And if I can see something such as a boat or say an oil rig at 12 miles out when my eyes are only 1 foot off the water, then there's something wrong with what I've been told about the circumference of the earth and the mathematics that I've been given from the people who are telling me this stuff, right? So I take all that information, I review it, I go out there, I look for the proof. I don't see the proof, I see counter proof. Now I know one thing is an observation, the other thing is a claim. You need to prove your claim to me. You need to give me drop
Okay,
over distance. You need to show me
okay,
that 1.22 mile drop after,
okay. So
from a 1 foot observer
that's
height.
perfect. That's the answer that I was looking for because I feel like you're addressing the point. Okay, so the evidence that they have to present, right? Like how do you prove the claim? How do they prove the claim, right? And you touched it right there. So I feel like whenever you request evidence from the other side, it's not like you're saying my position doesn't stand. It's just it's the only way to keep it like
Tommy,
logical, right?
Tommy, we don't have to ask the other side to present evidence. They already did that. We went out and tried to verify their evidence that they presented us. And we are coming up with opposite results. It's not we're not confirming what we've been told with the information we've been given, right? So I'll give you an example. Somebody sees a car crash and somebody says, "Oh, somebody was drinking and driving and they crashed." And that was the observation they made, and that was the statement I heard. So that's what I'm going to believe in the moment. But then later on, I come to find the driver had a diabetic coma, and that's why the car crashed, and there was no drinking and driving involved, right? So now it's different information. I can't believe what I was told the first time. So I was told something. I went out. I tried to verify that. I'm not verifying it. So there's a conflict there.
Yeah.
They gave me the evidence first.
Okay, that's fair. But what would be considered evidence?
I think I explained that, right? A drop at
No, what
1.22
would be
miles at a 1 foot
evidence?
observer height, right? So that's what they said. That's what has been presented. If either myself or anyone else, yourself, or many of the people in here listening and or participating, had gone out and set up a camera at 1 foot above the water line and started noticing boats coming up at 1.22 miles out over the horizon, or seeing them going down beyond it, not seeing them 10 miles out, or not being able to see them come towards the camera or their eye at 10 miles out, because that's way below the 1.22 mile mark. Then that would have been confirmation of what we were told. Because we don't observe that, we're not seeing it, confirmation of something else, confirmation that what we were told is bullshit.
I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna read this comment from Plain and Truth, and I'm gonna try to understand it. So I'm just gonna mute myself for a couple minutes.
So I don't know if anyone wants to pick up the ball for Tommy, but he seemed to be the one asking the questions in the moment. So I'll open the floor to anyone else that would like to ask anything or contribute anything.
You're good, man.
Nobody wants to pick up the ball. You know, the longer the
Come on,
ball lays on the
guys.
ground, the flatter
Someone
it
pick
is.
up that globe.
A Glober will come in and start pumping it up again soon. I'm thinking that might have been a little rude. That extra was a little flat. I should have thanked Tommy for being here and welcoming him back at any time. So, Tommy, if your ears are still open, thanks for the questions, brother. Man, feel free to come back anytime.
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just researching this topic a little bit. I feel like I'm gonna call it a night for now. It's kind of
Has,
late.
has anybody
I appreciate the conversation, and yeah, I think we can always uh, discuss. We can talk about different stuff with respect. It's pretty cool.
has anybody invited you to our home server? We have a home server. Well, he already left. I was gonna send him a link, but anyway.
Oops. I have a feeling Tommy will be back.
Probably. Yeah, you can come up with that link next time you see him around.
Just had me a little snack poo. I'm gonna invite Bob Marley over for now.
Fair enough.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head to bed. Peace out, everybody. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Hey everyone.
They're live.
Hello, guys.
Hello there.
Who goes there?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Hello.
How is this microphone? I got a new microphone. I don't know if it's good or not. And there's background noise too. Can you hear that?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Same stuff, different day. Doing all right.
No, you sound good. I normally tell when you're down a bit because you normally talk really slow. I don't know if it's medication, you're half asleep, or what.
I end up getting really groggy when I'm sick and I can't sleep, so everything starts acting up.
Combination of all the above.
Yeah, all of the above.
Fair enough. No, good. No, I've knocked off work. I've grabbed myself a cold drink. I know it's not a beer.
Yeah.
I actually give my soda stream a pretty solid workout, believe it or not. Contrary to other people's beliefs.
Yeah, I just hopped in here shortly before you did. It's pretty quiet.
Yeah, that's why I jumped in. I seen that fella unmiked. I thought, oh, someone's having a chat. I'll pop in and have a bit of a listen, see what's going down.
Unfortunately, no. Nobody else chatting. How's it going?
Good.
Word. Welcome.
Are you a flat earthist?
Yes.
You believe that the moon is flat?
What? No. And why would that have anything to do with the ground? Like, what does
Do
the
you
moon
believe that
have?
the sun is flat? Do you believe the sun is flat?
For one, it's not a belief, and two, this has nothing to do with celestial bodies at all. So you can keep on trying to ask silly questions like that, but lights in the sky have nothing to do with the ground.
I love the intro.
No,
Are
no,
you
no.
flat earthers? Yes. Do you think the sun is flat?
So, hey, feel free to take over for a minute, Matrix.
But there's
I
nothing
gotta
wrong.
do something real quick.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I can prove the Earth. I can prove to you the Earth is not flat.
You can prove to us it's not flat. Now, just by you saying that, half of the panel just nearly broke their neck turning towards the computer screen or their phone screen or whatever source they're watching. So take your time and prove to us that you live on a spheroid with an approximate radius of 3,959 miles. The floor is yours, my friend.
Okay, cool. The Quran says it's not flat. It says it's like a board.
Okay. And that's your proof of you live on a ball.
Yeah, the Quran is divine revelation. We don't question. Oversized.
That's it. So,
Yeah.
which half of the Quran was that written in, the first section or the second section?
I'll send you a whole website.
I don't want a whole website. So let me get this straight. On one hand, you have a book that says blah, 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 whatever it says, right? So there's no measurements, no nothing to back it up. It's just words at the moment. And on the other hand, you've got a group of people that have actually got measurements that show that there's no curvature. So we've got one group of people with measurements showing no curve, and we've got another person saying a book says this.
Do you agree that truth is independent from evidence?
That truth is independent of evidence? Sorry.
Yes.
No, you have no evidence for curvature.
If you have no evidence for something, doesn't mean it's not there, correct?
You observe the horizon.
So the
to be
Quran gives direct answer. Doesn't have to
Okay.
explain
No, it's
anything.
not.
It's a divine revelation.
How about that?
From God.
So nowhere in the Quran that it says Earth is a ball.
Yeah, it shows us. Do you want me to send you a whole website?
So where in the
How
Quran
about
does it
this?
say that Earth is a ball?
How about you read the whole Quran and then
No. How about you present your data? So you have got writing in a book that you may or may not have misinterpreted or interpreted the correct way in the first place, and here we have direct measurements. I can assure you now, my friend, direct measurements will outweigh some random writings in a book.
The burden of proof is on the one making the claim anyway, so that's all on you. Logic.
if you read again, I can't give you one piece if you don't read the whole thing.
I don't care.
So what you're
If you read
actually
the Quran,
selling here is you're not here trying to come to us with proof of curvature. You're trying to use this as some kind of Quran conversion school. Here, you must read this. I can't give you one passage. You must read this.
But I believe there is certain things, certain knowledge.
This has nothing to do with belief. Yeah, belief has nothing to do with this at all. You can keep saying belief all you want to. Invoke it all you want to. It'll never have anything to do with belief.
Is flat Earth a belief?
Not at all.
Why are you laughing? It's a measurement.
Exactly, that's what I think.
It's a logic. It's a measurement. You know when you measure something? Do you believe you're... How tall are you, Logic?
6'9".
6'9". And do you believe you're 6'9", or do you know you're 6'9"?
I believe it because the measurements could be wrong.
Because the measurements could be wrong. Well, the measurements could be right also. So that's a coin flip there. So you may as well put that one aside.
No, that's false because scientifically you can never.
No, it's not false.
Exactly.
Oh, so you're going to say that because it wasn't measured down to the neuron, that it's incorrect.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a load of shit. You know that as well as I do. If you're measuring something in miles, you're not going to go right down to the 32nd of 1 inch.
If we take your claimed evidence...
Wrong, it's not my claimed evidence. Stick to what we're discussing.
Okay, are your proofs down to the neuron?
Do they have to be?
Yes,
If I go out to measure something, logic, if I go out to measure something and it's supposed to be a 270 foot difference, if I'm out by 3 foot, I'm not going to lose any sleep. I don't have to measure it down to the micron or the neuron or the atom. I don't care. 3 foot will more than suffice.
Strictly, is it false?
Strictly. Why are you dodging the answers? Why are you not answering?
Oh, you're dodging.
Why are you not using logic?
He doesn't.
Well, you just laughed at your own joke.
Exactly. It's not true to the neuron. It doesn't. It's not very accurate.
Why does it? You never answered. Why does it have to be? If I'm measuring something that is over a mile long, why would I have to be accurate to such a small scale?
I bet this guy thinks that flats
Yeah,
are shape.
you have to be accurate. The reason why is because if you want to make it a fact and not a belief, then you have to do that. I'm proving to you why it's a belief. Because you can't prove it.
No, you're not.
You're an idiot. That's not proof of why it's a belief. That's just falsities.
He's flailing around like a fish, just flopping.
You agree that measurements can be fallible?
Incorrect. Measurements can be mistaken. Measurements can be done incorrectly. And in your case, you're using it as an excuse. Infallible. That's great. Nice one. Basically, this is how it works. If you fucked up with a measurement, you fucked up with a measurement. If you're supposed to measure a table that's 6 foot across and you measure it at 10 foot, you fucked up. That's all. If you measure it at 6 foot and it comes out at 6 foot, yay for you. You now are just making excuses on why something measured as 6 foot is not, or why it could not be, appealing to future fallacies.
No, that's incorrect. I disagree.
That's not incorrect. That's what you're doing. You're appealing to something that has not happened. So you said earlier that you're 6'9". Did you close your eyes and imagine you were 6'9", or did you get measured and you found out you were 6'9"?
Again, I told you it's a belief. I don't agree with it 100%.
You're an idiot. Answer the question.
It's like flat Earth.
No, answer the question. How did you find out how tall you were? Did you dream it?
Have you been to space?
How did you find out how tall you were, Logic?
Have you been to space?
How did you find out how tall you were, Logic?
I made a guess.
You made a guess.
This guy's a lying circus. Yeah, he's a liar. I don't respect liars at all. It's a waste of time to talk to them.
Well, if someone measured it using...
Are you going to stop being a liar? Stop playing games? Take the conversation seriously? Or go away?
Have you been to space?
Not planning on it. You haven't. So anything you claim about space will be null and void, anyways.
I think we should take all of you and put you in one ship, and then we send you so you could see how it's a globe. But flat earthers
I
say
think you
that
should just go
it
outside
doesn't
and measure the
exist.
surface of the ground and tell us what it is. You don't have to go up into your imaginary spaceship.
Just go.
You guys claim that space doesn't exist as an excuse so that you don't get confronted
Your outer
with truth.
space
So
fairy
then you
tale
don't get
doesn't
fed up.
exist. Upper space clearly exists, but the fairy tale associated with it is complete and utter bunk.
So you say you can't go to space so that you don't face the fact. You know, scientists can destroy you, you know that. I let God deal with you.
I love that. Divine revelation is not to be questioned, it's greater than science, but yet he was trying to push science on us and tell us that we don't know it.
Just my imagination. It was just my imagination.
I actually prefer this one.
In a world of pure imagination.
There you go.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Story time! Turns out there is a magic speed.
Welcome. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Word. Weird. How's it going?
Hello. Hello.
Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
You are a AI?
No, I am not. We're just hanging out, man. Discussing Earth.
Hello. You. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Where are you from?
I'm from Australia. Could you hear the other guy talking to you? Are we going to go for a soft reset and another hello?
Hello.
That'll do me. Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Quick,
What's your
quick,
name?
play anything. Matrix is gonna start singing. Doesn't matter what we play, just play it.
Hello. Hello.
There it is. Why did you need to know if he was AI? Were you
Hello.
hoping that he was?
What's your name?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What's your name?
Do you answer questions?
What's your name?
Do you answer questions? I am Aether Chris. What's your name?
His name is Do You Answer Questions. My name is Interesting.
I think he got bored.
That sounded like a bot that was broken.
Hey, Timbo. Hope all is well, man. Weird. Can't get it to play it.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Sure. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good
having
morning.
me. Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and
Yes,
you're a
I am.
gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you?
Geor's an earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Edward's a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, tradition, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. Which ours you can universe. One has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory. Illuminate, try is your master. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, an increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, tradition, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. Geor's an earthly worker, a worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Edward's a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. Oh, it's ours universe, one has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory, and Illuminator is your master. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, tradition, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, an increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, tradition, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in real lies, just science fiction. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the rate. city of extragalactic Nabia, you're lost.
Now we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are
By
you doing with
choice.
this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
Yeah. I've just not. I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
I forgot I made that version. Anywho, I think I'm gonna head out. Y'all stay blessed and watch out for zombies. Welcome. Word. Word.
Hello. Hello there, guys.
Hello there.
What's wrong with you lot? Time to wake up.
Am I like, what are you on about? Not you.
That's right.
You can calm down. Double dosing your flavouring when you make your soda streams, you clown. Ah, yes.
That sounds like something I'd do.
Good old soda stream. We got one here. We never use it.
For log mine, I love that thing.
I haven't got one either. I was debating on whether getting one.
I'll tell you how much I love them. When I had the computer shop years ago, I had one at home, I had one at the computer shop, and I was also working on the rail, so I had one in the big toolbox at the rail, just so I could get me soda water and I didn't have to deal with other people's crap. And out of all of the machines, and you guys would remember them, the old glass bottles with the one-arm bandit handle on the side of them were the best ones. The twisty bottles, they were the best of the lot.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah.
The new plastic bottles, because they expand a little bit, waste heaps of gas. They don't hold the fizz for as long. But yeah, the old glass ones, they were the goods. Actually worth a fortune now, those things, if you can find them.
I think we had an old 90s one there for a while. Probably gave it away, I think, and then we bought a brand newie. And I think we wished we hadn't. I think they keep changing, like, the cylinder size and stuff, like, you know.
Yeah.
Like what we were talking about the other day, they keep changing shit. You gotta.
Yeah, the bottles, they changed the bottles on them. They've got a different
Yeah.
mounting system, which is
Yeah.
bit of a dog if you've got the old glass ones don't work in the new ones. The new ones didn't work in the glass ones, so they weren't forward or backwards compatible. The newer ones, one of them you can use one way, but you can't use it the other way. I can't remember if it's forwards compatible or backwards. But yeah, it's a bit of a hassle because you can't buy. The newer ones have got skinnier bottles, so the fat 1 litre bottles you can't use on the new ones, so you've got to use the new 870s or whatever they are because they're skinny and a little bit taller. It's just shit like that. Like they're the same size basically, but yeah, let's just make them skinny so the fat bottles don't fit in. But something else that's interesting, in the back of the machines, there's actually a spacer plate that gets taken out for people in the United States because they're allowed to use bigger gas canisters. The one we use is only a 30. The one they get to use over there is 100. So when you have a look in the back of them, you take the spacer plate out, you see the difference in them.
Bastards.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine that, having a SodaStream gas canister last the entirety of summer. Who'd have thought that'd be a great idea in Australia?
Right.
There'd have to be some stupid rule. They probably import the things and they can't fly the big ones over. They're too dangerous or something. There'd be some stupid rule that they'd try to push on us. You're good, Julian?
I think he might be asleep. Julian!
Oh, shit. That's funny.
Wake up! It's time for school.
Oi! No, he might just red flag him, just in case. If he complains about it later on, we know he's alright. Who just snuck in there then? I didn't dial 000.
Right? But they've got to be Aussie. Got to be Aussie. We're the only country that has 000, right?
I think so. Weren't zeros right at the wrong end of the old rotary phones?
Was that the longest dial? Or was
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was the longest one. Imagine that. There's a fucking emergency. You'd forget what you fucking dial for by the time you ring the bastards. Oh, man.
Yeah, it wasn't 111, right? It would have been a lot easier.
I think it was put at the other end for that purpose, so it couldn't be an accident. To do the full thing 3 times in a row, it's not something that you're going to accidentally do.
Right, like if a kid does it, yeah, mix it up or something, yeah.
Some of them phones, most kids didn't have the strength to operate.
They definitely don't now. They look at it and go, what is it?
Imagine being able to send text messages on those things. That would have been painful. Bloody good phones. If you got one of the red ones, you could call the moon.
Well, some of them did have the ABC thing like we have now.
Yes.
Like on what? But what? I always used to wonder, what's that for? Why?
They were training you for the future. And the other thing, when some phone numbers were actually words, so if you spelled the word out, you got the right number.
Right, yeah.
Because that's what used to blow me away. To be 1-800 read 456 or something like that. And if you actually spelled it out, like dial a friend so he can come and read a book for you, or whatever shit.
Well, when we had the press button ones, like press button came out, I wondered, why is there a hashtag on there and an asterisk too? Like, I was like, what's that all about? Like, surely it has a function. What do you use it for?
Yeah, I don't know back then.
I can remember the days where I would not have, if somebody had said, one day all these phone boxes will be free, right? I would have laughed.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
you gotta
you'd
be
have bloody
kidding.
near fallen over laughing.
Yeah. I remember trying to figure out ways we could get free calls out of it or get the money out of it. I'd always go up and just stick my fingers in the slot and see if there was any left behind, you know? Yeah.
That's right. 20 cents, holy shit. That was a good bag of lollies at the shops. Fuck.
That's right. Yeah. My brother used to do something with a straw. I can't remember if he'd blow through it or he just threaded it down through the slot, and he'd do something and he'd get like a couple of bucks credit on him.
Yeah,
I don't know how he did it.
there was a little
You could do that
pin
on the old
inside
school
of it.
video games.
Yep.
You used to get a piece of whippersnipper cord and bend it into a hook, and then you could hook the little thing in the slot and crank up your games.
I never got to do that. Never figured that one out. I would have loved that.
Oh yeah, we did. You had to be a bit sneaky and hide it because they'd be onto you. But if you get away with it, it was pretty good. You just had like hundreds of free games.
There was a few free numbers you could ring too. I remember that. And then they brought out the 1-800s, but I remember ringing up. You could just go up to the phone box and ring up, see what the time was. Ring the old time number. I think it was 1169 or something. It was something like that. You know, it was only like a 4-digit number.
At the third stroke, it'll be 11 p.m. precisely. Dude.
That's the one. Yeah.
But when they did that, brought in that reverse call stuff, that was pretty handy. Because instead of actually ringing up and costing your parents money, you'd just go ring, 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 hang up, ring, 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 hang up, and your oldies knew to come and get you.
Yeah, that was a good scam. Thanks, Telstra. Or Telecom, actually.
Yeah, it was Telecom back then.
Right? Yeah. What's up, Midnight?
What's up?
Doing the midnight run?
Anything interesting happened today?
It's been a bit quiet, actually, and I haven't been on very long. I just popped in. But I did check a couple of times during the day, and there wasn't much happening. Didn't seem like much happening in here. And old Helio's stream's down. His bot's in here, but it's he's not live. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember talking about phones and that. I remember when Optus came out, and I thought, finally, Telstra's got some competition. So I envisioned Optus having their own phone lines, right? Having their own infrastructure, hardware, right? Optus telephone boxes, all that. That's what I envisioned in my head when I first heard about it. No, it doesn't work like that. They piggyback off Telstra's hardware. Like, oh, okay. So not
Yeah, that's
real
not when.
competition.
Yeah, exactly. I thought for sure when they first come along, about bloody time. This has been only however many years before I was born due. And yep, what do? Oh, we'll just hire the hardware off Telstra, claim that back on tax, and yeah, we'll just carry it on from there.
Yeah. Well, doesn't their name have something to do with optic fiber? Wasn't that their whole shtick?
I
Optus?
don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, like you would think. Like, what's Optus mean?
Opt on to us, opt out of us. Yeah, you could take it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, opt us. Oh, option us. Yeah, right. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I thought it had something to do with like more optical. Right? Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. If no one's going to talk, I'll just play something on the bot. How's that? If no one's going to talk, any objections? Because I'm going to go do something, and I want something to listen to while I'm doing it. Right. But it is.
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right?
I don't believe
the frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic, of
doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something. They've known this since the 1400s. They have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
No, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's 2 things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're 2 different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have 1 data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
what topic you are discussing is
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
okay, bro. One by one, you speak.
Look, I doubt you took 1 measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
You didn't actually
Density
answer the
gradient.
question. So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements are looking up and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you? I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example. Is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down, you're going to get a difference. Right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7/6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7/6 R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on
not
just
for
a second.
vertical.
A
Okay.
customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh,
How our work's going.
I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying. He was
and
I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
and the
his
thing
point.
is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great. Like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7/6 R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7/6 R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, the so-called standard.
That's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. Some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would allegedly due to standard atmospheric
Due to
fresco
magic.
refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really
There
a
is no standard.
Yeah, there's no standard depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals at least of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. Oh, it seems to it is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
No, friend.
No, I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7 over 6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of
I wanted
light.
to ask you, is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, allege. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model
Explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, but yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey,
Before
Jesse,
we go on-
look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing a refraction rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
No. 76R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 76R, 76 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path, but it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying we're going to assume the globe is 76 the official radius, and then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying?
Oh.
That's what globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation and I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem. Is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So,
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105, and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay, so you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine.
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right.
I've been tripping.
Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially. Okay. Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error. And so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction. And all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily. Because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level or a torpedo level on there and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level.
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no... Ultimately, you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military. And they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. The reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place. Because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, The mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines, right? And everybody knows who's been on a construction site that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows who's ever shot a gun that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device, the only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in level where, liquid level, where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the picture, where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those, and the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like, even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles. And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot a line I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry, I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selenelian eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there
Why
some
do you think that?
Some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there. And then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
Was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet, maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Oh, okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you have a surge.
Yeah, and I know where you did the observation, and there's a tight. And if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think,
and plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay, your single data point does not show a tendency.
well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it,
so hold on. I mean, so the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective, and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter
Well, it
than the
doesn't
air,
have to do with heat. It's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's
Yeah, but
not
it's
been my
just
experience.
hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light, if that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah.
Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon. Then they're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
Well,
I'm not sure what they...
Sorry, none of them are of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in three-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where
when
the color field, where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace AI.
Posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
Is what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve? No, is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle. It's curved. It's a curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right. It doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that or mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No, I
What,
believe
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy crap, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No,
Yes,
never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct the error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target, and I take a picture through the telescope. Then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do 2 readings with a theodolite, at least 2, and take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transposed some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
Let me take a look.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, and this is the problem since day one. And I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat. And because I'm so close-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her back and you realize that the ball continues in 3-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear, You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in three-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Velkai, and brain sick, booger eating, the brain sick, booger eating Bubba gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's an
know.
oxymoron.
I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an oxymoron.
I've been around.
Be around more often.
Well, I seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I got you.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh yeah, I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on. So,
what about the turkey?
Short and
not done yet.
No,
it's getting hot though. It's getting hot though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too funny, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an announcement for your stream, and I usually post them when I see them. When I see you post, so.
Oh, appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a
hang
unicorn
out.
or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, Kiwi.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction. as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first order of business.
Models now. This is pretty funny.
No. Come on. Let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right? So you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry. And so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted. And therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, Kiwi?
It doesn't do it for me.
Little too intellectual, I know.
A little too
well, look, it wasn't. Look, it wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply that?
No buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not calculate it, what it is.
Say that again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
Ha ha ha. What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. A mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you're a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com. Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave. Light's not a wave. As it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. You see the context? Is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, as such as water, glass, or air. Has a picture right down here on the bottom. You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual... pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
Oh, I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
It's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so...
Yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So a phenomenon, to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser
It's not a
curving upward.
phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. It's our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have
Yes,
you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We